Safe flying! Hello, Grace. Can I help?
Ah, yes. Summoner's Court. I thought I recognized you. I was hoping someone would come along soon. I was about to defy my father's wishes and would never have... You see, I need to retrieve...
Diving into the lake. What do you...
Years ago, my They never...
I'm so...
I do hope you find the astrolabe. It would mean so much to our family.
It sounds as if her astrolabe is just northeast of the dock. I should dive down and see. This must be where the Pinch-Smedley family astrolabe is. I should let Grace know that I found her family astrolabe.
I trust you didn't find it.
Hello, Grace.
Oh, how incredible!
I did.
It will. Thank you so... You do well to keep... Thank you again. And I do hope you keep diving. You certainly have a knack for finding treasure.
Revelio. Levioso. Bombarda. Depulso. Glacius. Revelio. This looks intriguing.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder. Hello? Hello? I need some help! Would you mind helping look for me?
Confringo!
Confringo!
Blazing! Fancy yourself? Accio! Bombarda! Expelliarmus!
Coward! Fight me fair!
Descendo!
Would you like me to put you down? Let me out, go!
Defendo! Expelliarmus!
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
Confringo! Blank! Confringo! Expelliarmus!
Stop it right now!
Expelliarmus! Confringo! Bombard! Accio! Expelliarmus!
A lucky shot.
Levioso!
Aha! No more happy days for you.
Levioso!
Shouldn't be in. You're had enough.
Defendo! You're about to regret.
You've made a mistake.
Bombarda! Accio!
Expulso!
Expelliarmus! Blazing!
Pretty little cake batter.
Confringo! Bombarda!
That ought to warm you up.
Levioso! Descendo! Defendo! Levioso! Descendo! Stupefy! Defendo! Levioso! Descendo! Stupefy! You will. Expelliarmus! Defendo! Bombarda! Defendo! Levioso! Expelliarmus! Descendo! Bombarda! Expelliarmus! Accio! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Levioso! Blazing! Confringo! Your life ends here, shall Defender!
Leviosa. Expelliarmus.
Takes gumption to steal a stolen divinity.
Bombarda. Confringo.
That all you got? Notice you ain't wearing that goblin helmet.
Confringo.
What a look now.
Confringo. Stupid. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Expelliarmus.
Time to teach them.
Confringo. Bring that torch on. Cleanses.
I'm a lot of
Benita. Expelliarmus. Descender.
Let's play Springer and Spray, shall we?
Expelliarmus.
Cowards! Fight me fairly!
Bombarda. Confringo. It's actually quite beautiful.
Rockwards don't go down easy.
Descender. Expelliarmus.
A triple attack!
Expelliarmus. Bombarda. Bingo. Ringo. Expelliarmus. Accio. Confringo. Repulsor. Glacier. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Accio.
Your poaching days are over. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Incendio. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Revelio. You've one less follower, Ranrock. Revelio. I should investigate. Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this. This place has seen better days.
Oh, you want to leave it at least a week before you go poking about the cracks of it.
Leviosa!
Hey, it's me, Gareth. Do you have a moment? Hey, it's me, Gareth. Do you have a moment?
Revelio.
Ah, I have been meaning to speak with you.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Brilliant.
Ah, I have been meaning to speak.
I still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how everyone knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She likely told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
I don't blame her for being concerned. We have been involved in some dangerous activities.
As the Ashwinders were locking me up and threatening my life, it did occur to me that my mother may have been right.
Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been... My mother and I tried to go on without him, but a few years later, we...
What does your mother think about all of this?
Well, as you saw, she worries a great deal. She is an excellent seer, but I think it bothers her to this day that she did not see my father's death coming. She misses him, as do I. So I believe on some level she understands my need to seek justice in a small way. But that does not mean that she likes it.
Do you think your father would approve of the things we've been doing?
Oh my, that is a good question. In theory, yes. Although he would worry, as my mother does. But I think he, of all people, would understand my persistence. My father never shied away from a fight for good, no matter how ruthless the foe. And I think he would have enjoyed knowing that I had a compatriot like you.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was. Truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
See myself doing this sort of thing forever, though. Fancy I'll have my own operation worked out one day.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
I do care about Anne, but I'm tired of explaining myself. Perhaps we should part ways.
That's not what I meant. We're just not getting answers. I need answers. For Anne.
I know. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast.
Revelio.
I have a feeling you're making this too easy.
Nice work. Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not gonna trek up this mountain in silence. I bet the Thestral nest's close by.
Confringo! I'm sorry we can both see Thestrals.
It's certainly not something I'd hoped we'd have in common.
Kill any who trespass.
Let's go.
Wait! We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
You won't get away with that.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't. Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further.
Revelio.
Let's keep going. Confringo!
Revelio.
Ramrock's gonna make everyone pay.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership. All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate.
Revelio.
Petrificus Totalis.
Revelio.
Bombarda! Lumos.
Lumos!
Lumos.
I agree. Only good wizard's a dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right. And I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that. Me?
This Revelio.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed.
Revelio.
You two seem ready for adventure.
So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders! How fitting.
Bombarda. Defender. Leviosa. Descendo. Expelliarmus. Revelio. Confringo. Reparo. Accio. Bombarda.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Revelio. Confringo.
One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
Oh, I think 3 nudges at least.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Spread the world with another spider.
Leviosa. Descendo. Expelliarmus. Protector.
Stupid one.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
A staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Bombarda! Confringo!
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes.
We've seen rune symbols like these before.
Confringo!
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together.
Revelio.
Reparo.
That was a piece of work.
More than one. Revelio. Lumos. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Revelio.
Something.
A journal entry. Isadora was here.
Sturdy to stand on.
Leviosa! Revelio.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs. But the view! Well worth it.
Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
Another barrier. We can blast through it. I'm certain.
This
Revelio.
can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome.
Confringo!
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Revelio. This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
But the triptych pointed us here. Another rune symbol. Feel as if I could speak in runic language by now. Could this be another area Isadora created?
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here. Revelio. I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it!
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this.
Revelio.
I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Huh. Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder...
What is it?
Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts.
Hello, Brian.
Father hasn't spoken.
It's important story time.
On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked?
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. Someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Feldcroft, the destroyed painting. It was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
Okay, now you can talk. Sorry,
okay.
I was doing a main questline thing.
No, I completely understand. Yeah, I was more than willing to shut up for that. Anyway,
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. So this game comes out April 4th, right? For PS4?
I think so.
Alright.
I found one of Ranrock's treasures in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it.
And there's,
You're welcome to
no
join
physical copy for Switch. You know, honestly, I don't blame them. Because I don't think you could even,
fit on a Switch cartridge.
Nodgot's getting himself into more danger than he realizes.
Like, you know how they butchered Dark Souls just to get it to fit on a
Yeah.
Switch cartridge. Now wait a second. Can you like? Are you sure you have to stream it, or is it like download?
I'm pretty sure it's specifically stream. They had like a whole announcement about it, like a month or two before the game dropped. Hold on, let me look that up. Is Hogwarts Legacy stream only on Switch? Because I'm pretty sure it is. Let me just... I'm not getting the answer I want. Hold up.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to ask that question.
Hogwarts Legacy on Switch.
So, question, are you able to actually learn every single spell in the game as a particular character, or are you locked out of some good person spells if you go down the dark arts?
No, you can learn every spell in the game. If you want to learn the dark arts, you'd have to make like certain darker decisions. But apart from the 3 unforgivable curses, you can learn every single spell in the game regardless. It's showing that there's like a physical case for the Switch game, but I don't know what that exactly means.
Yeah, I don't know what it means either.
Okay. UPC, brand name, vendor part number, number of players, perspective, franchise, publisher, developer, product link, website. Maybe you can get a physical copy. Huh, I thought it was going to be stream only on Switch. Maybe that was just a rumor. Because when I heard about that, it was like 6 months before the game even dropped.
For sorting the bells out. They sound magnificent.
You may be able to get a physical copy for the Switch, but either way, I'd still recommend you get it for PlayStation.
Okay.
Like, honestly. I think you'll have a much better fidelity, and even on PS4, I think you'll have much better fidelity, graphics, and load times.
And hey, when in the future I get a PS5, I'll get a free copy of it for that, which is going to be like, by definition better than Switch. So
yeah, if you get a digital copy of the game, you get a PS5 version with it. So may as well. Oh, I haven't gathered that yet.
Revelio.
Alright, there's a key in here somewhere. Where is it? What is that wigging out up there?
I vicariously am enjoying this game through you because I'm very, very eager to play this. In fact, if you wouldn't mind, bring this with you to Orlando.
Oh no, I'm bringing my PS5 with me because I'm gonna be at Chris's house for like 4 days, so I'm bringing my PlayStation.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to give this a try.
Yeah, by all means.
That's okay.
I don't mind. Don't
How
mind
many character
at all.
slots are there?
I mean, if you well, never mind. It's for PS4. You gotta wait for it to drop. But if you, I was about to say, but then I realized PS4 because you could always you could primary me and then just download the game, but the PS4 version isn't available yet.
I still have you primaried. I have a lot of your games that
you don't. Well, actually, for PlayStation 4, you might. I had to re-primary myself on my PS5 because my internet went out the other day. Like PlayStation Network was having issues,
I have come upon a difficult
and I got locked out of this game literally while I was playing it. I was so irritated.
It's south of the castle.
I got locked out of the game for like 40 minutes while PlayStation Network got like its shit together.
I always try to swap off of your profile as quick as I can whenever I turn on my PlayStation.
If you're on PlayStation 4, and you does it still have? Do I still have it set to automatically log in as me?
Yes.
You can change that. You can change that if you want to. When you log in as me, for starters, you're on PlayStation 4, so it won't even kick me off because I'm on PS5, so it doesn't really matter. if you're logged in as me, you can go into settings and go into user settings and change that.
Let's do that right now. Let me do that. So settings and then user settings.
Yeah, it should be under your user settings somewhere around in there.
Oh boy, a friend of mine is playing Final Fantasy: The Zodiac Age. That's neat.
Oh yeah, you know, I got Zodiac Age years ago, and I played like 10 minutes of it, and then I was like, this game's not for me, and I never touched it again.
That's exactly what happened to me. I have it for Switch.
Yeah, I got it for
PS4.
Edition. I got it for PS4. Like, I was so disappointed with my purchase. So it was like Samson gave me a thing to get a game for Christmas, and I went and got. I couldn't figure out what I wanted, and it was like a Black Friday deal thing, and they had it for like $10-15, so I got it, and it was the biggest like waste of money I've ever spent. Like, I literally put it in, tried it, and was like, yeah, no.
I fundamentally don't understand what the fuck is happening in it, honestly.
Yeah, I felt the same thing. I literally 10 minutes in, I was like, nah.
Keep on, young scholars.
No, this ain't it, Chief. No, absolutely not. I would have preferred just like a classic.
Is that Sir Cadogan?
Turn-based experience over whatever.
Is that Sir Cadogan? Can I?
Revelio.
By the way, I looked up fucking Avada Kedavra.
It is Sir Cadogan.
Effect.
Sorry, he's a character from. He's a painting from the books. I always thought he was funny.
Okay.
Continue.
Neither makes for a night
What the
worthy
fuck?
of a steam.
What am I doing? Oh yeah, settings. Oh, I looked up the Avada Kedavra effect on YouTube for the game, and it's so fucking dramatic. Like the camera zoom and then the bass boost whenever you fucking land it.
Yep. Okay, I know there's a Daedalian key somewhere.
User settings or is it account management?
It might be account management. If you look through your settings under like account stuff, you'll eventually find it. I hear the key. Where is it? It's like a flying key around here.
Do I have to activate myself as the primary?
No, you shouldn't have to.
Because I don't want to do that. No.
No, that shouldn't matter for this.
Oh, login settings, that might be it.
Yeah. You'll just have to do what I did. You'll have to literally... Early on, after I got my PS4, I looked through all the settings, like every possible setting I could possibly mess with, and then adjusted everything to what I wanted it to be.
Okay, I think I got it, so...
I hear this freaking key. Where is it?
I am logged in as myself now, and I went to login settings. And there's this thing here. I clicked the box that said log into PS4 automatically. So I'm going to assume that if I check that box, it's going to log in as me.
It
automatically.
I do believe.
Very good.
Where's this key? I heard it flying around, but I haven't seen it yet.
Revelio.
I need to make a Spotify account. So I can do the music shit.
Yeah. Bro, I've been loving my classes, bro. I've been learning a lot of fun and mildly disturbing things about cybersecurity. All I can say is I'm never using public Wi-Fi again.
Oh boy. Tell me about it.
I am never using public Wi-Fi again without a VPN.
Oh yeah, public Wi-Fi is pretty scary.
Revelio.
I'm not gonna say that I'm learning how to take advantage of public Wi-Fi, but I'm learning I'm learning things about public Wi-Fi. It's...
Oh, bro, I know somebody at college who just like casually knows how to hack into servers, but he has to like have sign an honor code, and if he breaks that honor code with the university, he'll just like get it kicked out. That's just how it works in the coding, the computer science department. Yeah, it's kind of like the fucking Hermione with the time turner thing. You fuck up with this thing once, get the fuck out. The forbidden knowledge.
Off to count your hogs.
Time turners in Harry Potter are weird because the way time travel works in Harry Potter is like if you go back in time and do something, you're not really changing anything. If time travel was going to happen, it will always have happened. So it's really weird.
Okay.
The exception to this is in the non-canon book, which is Cursed Child, because in Cursed Child they make like a new version of a time turner that overrides that property apparently in some way, from what I understand, and it lets you go back in time as far as you want, whereas the time turner caps out at like a certain number of hours.
Okay, so you don't change fate with a time turner. You can't change anything. You just get to experience time in a different location.
It's more like if, say, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. It's almost paradoxical, but not. So, say I'm just going to use the example from the book. I'm literally just going to tell you like how it worked in the book specifically. So they wanted to go back in time to save Buckbeak from being executed, the Hippogriff from being executed, and save Sirius Black from his prison cell. Right? Well,
yeah.
You end up realizing that a scene from earlier in the book / movie that happened only happened because they had already gone back in time in the future. Or rather, I should say their future selves had already gone back in time to make an event happen, but that event already happened the first time around. So it's like, if someone's going to...
paradox?
Yes. If someone's going to perform time travel, it will always have happened.
Okay.
Bootstrap paradox would be a perfect way, like, yes, essentially.
Revelio.
Like, think Stephen Hawking's theory of time travel. Here's the key. Think Stephen Hawking's theory of time travel, where he had that time travelers party, but he didn't tell anyone about it until the next day to try and prove his theory of time travel. that
yes.
kind of thing. Like, if time travel were real and according to his theory he was proposing, someone would have come. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if I ever did have time travel, the first thing I would do was go to his time travel party.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with you. I'd go there too.
Shows up, asks me, how does time travel work? I don't know, dude. I'm just a tourist. Like, I didn't invent it. I just use it. I'm just here for the party, man.
He might, like, if I went with him, look at me and be like, okay, well, you must know, right? Sorry, that's not my line of work, but, sorry to disappoint you, but particle physics went fucking nowhere in the past 50 years.
What is this?
And it probably won't. It's the sad thing about it.
It's okay. It doesn't really matter anyway. We're all in a simulation.
I don't buy that, but
I only say that because there's no way to disprove it, and it irritates people. It bothers people.
It's a compelling argument. It's a compelling argument. If we did live in a simulation, it wouldn't bother me one way or the other.
And a lot of there is, like, from what I understand about the theory of, like, the simulation theory, the one piece of evidence that really helps back it up is that we were in a simulation, assuming it were being performed by a computer to our understanding of computing, there would have to be a processing limitation. And in our example of a processing limitation would be the speed of light, because nothing can go faster than it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding as like the only piece of potential evidence of a simulation theory. Is just the speed of light being the speed limit of the universe.
And granted, it was like about a year and a half ago. There was like some reason that there was like a speed limit, like, because to most people when they hear, okay, you can't go faster than the speed of light, it sounds kind of arbitrary, right? There was an argument that had to deal with special relativity that made it make sense, because you technically can continue to go faster, it's just you approach the speed of light, so you keep like adding nines at the end of the decimal place, essentially.
Yeah.
Um,
You can keep accelerating infinitely, but you will never actually reach the peak. It's weird.
You can feed a beast, or it can feed
It's like what I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say the other day. It's like people seem to understand that there are different levels of infinity. Like, yeah, there are infinite numbers, but there are vastly more infinite numbers between each number.
Yeah. There are more, what did he say? There are more, is it irrational?
Yeah,
no, there are
more rational.
More rational numbers than whole numbers. Yes. And did he do the diagonalization proof?
I didn't see like the whole thing. It was like a short clip of it that I saw.
The only, like, the furthest I've gone in like, relativity is special relativity. They haven't taught me general relativity yet, because that's a graduate level class that I'm not ready for yet, that goes into mathematics that I have not studied yet.
You would think general relativity, being called general relativity, would come before any other type of relativity.
Oh yeah, before we tackle the special case.
Yeah.
The reason the special case comes first is because what makes it special is that you assume a couple of things are like set and unchanging. In general relativity, you normally have to account for in special relativity. And the one thing is you assume that everything is in an inertial frame, which that basically just is fancy talk for no objects are accelerating, everything's at a constant speed. Things can be moving away and towards each other, but they're at a constant speed. Once you start adding acceleration into it, you have to,
what went on here, I wonder?
You have to add like a bunch more math to the equations.
Yeah. I would imagine.
It's still really neat though, because it really makes you think about what it truly means to be simultaneous. Simultaneity has no meaning whenever you approach the speed of light. Because, well, I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the topic for a while, so I'm gonna just stop it there, because I don't think I'm gonna give a good explanation for it, but depending on how fast you're going, somebody who's standing still relative to an event that happens, like say, two lightning bolts striking the ground, if somebody's going by at the speed of light, somebody would do one of the lightning bolts strike first, instead of the other one. Like, one of them's going to strike first, one of them's going to strike later.
Isn't whether something is simultaneous entirely dependent on your perspective of it?
Yes, it's dependent on
because
how
I think
fast the information travels.
Yeah, because I know of the thought experiments that Einstein proposed like as a method of explaining the concept to the simpler folk.
Yes,
Measles.
it's all dependent on the speed at which information gets to you, which fastest information travels at the speed of light, because photons essentially are like information.
This castle's hiding all sorts of
I'm
secrets.
not going to say that they are information. I think that is wrong. It's just photons.
It's more like, as human beings, we can extrapolate information from. I don't know if that's necessarily the right term. We as humans can take the photons entering our brain, and our brains process that into information based on wavelengths and patterns. And assuming I'm because photon is just a fancy word for light, basically, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, essentially. There is this thing called information theory, which helped physicists resolve the whole problem of, okay, well, what happens to black holes? Like, do they just consume everything and they just stay that way? They figured out that, no, the information... You know, I'm gonna fucking stop. I'm talking about theories that I don't really fully understand yet, so I'm gonna stop there.
It's all good. I try and explain things I don't fully understand all the time. Samson hates it, but I think it's hilarious. Samson has repeatedly called me out on how I'll oftentimes have, like, a very half-assed understanding of something, and then fill in the blank spaces with assumptions and bullshit, but I'll say it so convincingly that if someone doesn't know any better, they'll believe me.
Well, I'm sure that has its uses, but...
And I do it on purpose sometimes, but Samson knows when I'm doing it now, and I think it's hilarious.
This looks intriguing.
He hates it.
Now, I would do that too, it's just I have to have, like, a certain level of responsibility considering I'm actually getting into that field, so I have to get that.
Yeah, that's like if I were to sit here and try to explain to you, like, a bunch of stuff about networking that I just haven't learned yet, but I have, like, the most basic, like, scratch the surface level of information on.
These Merlin trials
get
the best of me.
It's like I'm actually trying to learn it, so trying to explain it in that kind of way would just kind of be dumb.
What I'd like to maybe get into, if I don't get into particle physics, which I'm starting to not want to do, I'll explain why, but I want to maybe get into researching superconductors. Because, yes. Do you know what those do?
They conduct things really superly. That's what they...
well, it does give you a lot to go on from the name alone. So, and you're right, they do conduct things really well.
They conduct things superly. I don't know if it's a word. It is now.
I forgot. My bad.
Sorry.
I misspoke. You're right. They conduct things superly.
Or I suppose technically, if you're going to take super and turn it into add ly at the end in that fashion, wouldn't it be superbly?
Probably, actually.
Yeah, I think it would be. You know, I may like to crack jokes, but I'm all about my grammar.
Alright. Grammar? I hardly know it.
Yeah, it conducts things superbly.
Well, anyway, the reason why people want superconductors is the fact that they can conduct an electric current with no resistance, which...
Yes. I now that you're talking about it, I remember hearing about this. It's fantastic.
Yes, because normal conductors and like wires, power lines, for instance, whenever they deliver, or rather provide you with electricity, because it's... Well, they are delivering you with electrical energy.
Yeah. Doesn't some of the energy dissipate as like heat, light, other excess forms like that? And it's,
well, I'd hope not light,
Well,
then you have
not like but isn't like,
heat,
and
yes.
I may be wrong here, but isn't the concept of like a superconductor that it doesn't lose any of that energy through like dissipation, or I guess a better term would be radiation, not like nuclear radiation, but it radiates.
Thermal radiation. Yeah, it doesn't lose anything to that because there's no electrical resistance. I don't.
Haven't they theorized that you can create superconductors by putting certain materials at absolute zero?
Revelio.
That's actually how we you don't get them to absolute zero, but you get them very cold. And I don't fully understand the mechanism behind superconductors. I do know that electrons end up pairing up in these things called Cooper pairs, and their quantum mechanical wave function ends up overlapping, I think, and they join up and they get bound to each other, and for some reason that makes it to where there's no loss, and I don't understand it, and they've not explained that to me yet. They will eventually.
Based on what I might be able to, and this is pure speculation and guesswork, just based on inference of what I kind of know, I would make the assumption that the reason it would work is because when you get something cold enough, all movement, like motion at a molecular level, stops. And I feel like it's that molecular motion that causes the dissipation of energy through radiation as heat, thermal radiation. So I'd assume if you can get the material to be completely still, it wouldn't generate any thermal radiation, and as a result, it wouldn't lose any energy in the process. That's just a guess.
Okay. Well, I think you have at least half a point there, because you reminded me of something. It has to be cold because they're trying to reduce the entropy of the material to a point to where there are like the degrees of freedom that there are within the material itself are, I don't want to say cut down, but the extent to which something can be disorderly within the material is low, so that when current is moved through it, the electrons that are now paired up, they don't like bounce off and around somewhere and they collide into the material itself. And that's actually the thing, though, is that whenever you have a superconductor and you run current through it, they have to be a little bit careful with how much current with how fast they ramp the current up, because after all, the particles are moving in the material, even though it's cold and whatnot, even though they're not like giving off heat. The fact that they are moving those particles in a current in a circuit, it can end up heating up the conductor past like its critical point, which would make it turn into a regular conductor, which would be very bad. Because if that happened, all of a sudden it goes back to its original properties of a normal conductor, which means it's going to have a lot of like resistance all of a sudden.
Okay. I was about to say, does it just suddenly go from being very cold to very hot in a very flashy manner?
Yes, like it would slowly raise in temperature, but as soon as it turned back into a normal conductor, all of that heat, like the normal heat radiation properties would return, but now we're passing like a massive amount of current through it, which in turn is going to like dissipate a lot of power. And there's actually a special name for that, because we work with superconductors in my lab. If it's called quenching the superconductor if we heat it up too quickly, and it can destroy it and possibly the lab equipment on the inside of the tank for it, because we have to cool our superconductor and keep it at 4 Kelvin, which is 4 4 units of Kelvin above absolute zero.
Yes. I understand the Kelvins.
Sorry, I was just being thorough. Okay.
No, I understand. I'm not. I'm more informing you that I do understand how it helps.
Got it. Where was I? Oh yeah, so we have to keep it at 4 Kelvin, and because liquid helium is very difficult to keep because it's always boiling, and always boiling away because the surrounding environment has so much thermal energy going into helium that whenever we fill the tank, the level of helium is always going down, and we have to keep refilling it every 3 days or so. And if we ever like go too long without filling it, we risk possibly ruining the internal equipment if we don't immediately clean it afterwards. Because, and I don't fully understand how just leaving it alone for too long ends up having water vapor get in there, but if it does, we try to fill it up again with helium, well then we have ice on the inside of there, and that's not good. It'll fuck with things, and we don't want that to happen. I think it has to do with the fact that helium is inert. It's a noble gas. It doesn't matter if it's a liquid or not, it's not going to react to anything. But ice. Oh no, I think I know why. It might not even have to do with the fact that water might react to things. It's the fact that ice expands, and if there's ice around the valves, it could like either block the valve or worse, just like rupture the valve. And I think there's only been one time in the history of that lab that they've ever had a close call with the very pressurized helium tank, like having a rapid decompression. Basically, if there was ever like a critical failure with that tank, you'd have to like run out of the lab as fast as you could because you would like risk suffocating. The good news is that it wouldn't be as dangerous as something like nitrogen because helium is just going to rise to the roof or the ceiling of the lab. So it would be a little bit before like it. And I say a little bit, I mean like maybe 30 seconds instead of like maybe 10 seconds before you'd suffocate. I'm kinda, okay, I'll be honest, I kinda pulled that out of my ass. But the point is, you'd have more time simply because the helium would, you know, it would rise. It's less dense than air, so it would rise. But actually what would be more dangerous is the amount of cold, freshly vaporized or liquid helium that would be geysering out at the top of this thing, which would, if it got on you, give you some frostbite, but like severe frostbite. Like worse than liquid nitrogen kind of frostbite if you fucking spilled some on you. Because it's like, I want to say, like 167 degrees Kelvin colder than liquid nitrogen. But we take a lot of care and precaution in the lab. It's a pretty safe lab compared to other labs. It's not like I didn't want to hype it up that I'm doing anything dangerous. Like, as long as you literally don't go, like, charging into the fucking tank, no big deal. And it's also bottom heavy as well, so it really is no big deal. I guess I kind of just ranted on for a little while about...
No, you're good. I'm over here just battling dark wizards and goblins. Having a grand old time of it.
What do you have in store for me this time?
You can purchase potions, like health potions, right? Like, you don't have to buy them, right?
You can, you can buy them, but you can buy them, but they're way easier and cheaper to just make them.
Your blood's
Okay.
on Ranrock's hands.
Have you seen what my room of requirement looks like right now?
You showed me not last night, but sometime you were like making it in front of me, unless you changed something recently.
I made some minor changes, but I don't know if you were there for those or not. I think you were.
Yes.
I'm constantly changing it as I unlock new stuff.
God, I want to fucking play this game. Mostly because I want to make my fucking D&D character in this. It would have to be a younger version of him, obviously, but it'll work.
These Merlin trials won't get the best of me.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo. Why is Patrick so memeable?
Why does Samson sound like Patrick?
More like how come every time we impersonate his voice we make him sound like Patrick?
Yeah, honestly, he sounds nothing like Patrick.
He sounds nothing like Patrick. But anytime we do his voice, it's just instinctively. Even his mom does it.
Yeah, I know! Everyone!
Anytime someone impersonates his voice, it sounds like Patrick Star.
It's gonna be terrible if his kid does it to him as well.
Oh man, she probably will. Cause we hear us doing it.
Oh no!
Oh no, the low poly load-in textures. Look away. Alright, it's good now.
I hope it looks good on PS4.
I imagine it'll look I imagine it'll still look really good. It may not run at... I don't think I think one of the biggest differences is it's not going to run at 60 frames.
I wouldn't expect it to. I imagine, like, it's gonna kind of look like
probably
Elden
gonna run
Ring.
It's probably... Yeah.
Gonna run like Elden Ring, I should say.
Yeah, I got my unicorn statues in here. Oh, right. The thing I wanted to change.
So, what's so fucking... If you are using the Room of Requirement right now, can no one else use it?
That depends. Someone cannot turn it into another... So the Room of Requirement has, like, different modes. Like, it has different ways it presents itself. The Room of Many Things, the Room of Hidden Things, a variety of different versions of itself. It can only be one version at a time, but if someone else knew what version of it I was in, then they could come up here, and if they needed to get in, and they knew what version of the room I was in, they could get in.
What was the one that Harry ended up using?
He has used both the Room of Hidden Things, and I would assume some variation of the room, the way I'm using the room right now, for teaching DA lessons.
Excellent.
There we go. Got some Thestral
What
statues.
room are you in right now? What kind of room is this?
I don't know. This is like unique to the game. Never before seen. Oh no. Does it actually touch any of the lights? Like clip into them?
So what I want to know is,
One
when
that
you made it
surprisingly-
bigger, did you use Ambrosio?
As a game mechanic, probably not, but in lore, probably. Oh, ew, no, it's not centered. What have I done? Alright, first off, get that out of here. No, not the floor. How's that? Still not quite centered. Alright, stop with the... I always forget I can hold left trigger to get rid of the floor snapping thing, so I can, like, precision place it.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions.
Still not quite right. Just a little... What? No. Jeez. Okay, just a little... Like, right... That's worse. Trying to center things is a pain. Sometimes it's really easy because the game will auto snap it to center, but all right, that's close enough.
Here.
Actually, there is one thing I would like to do. Well, never mind. Yeah, I'll leave it the way it is. Oh no, it's clipping into the light. Nope.
What do you call those places, those restaurants, that you can see the chefs cooking? What do they call that?
I know what you're talking about.
They call those, like, open grill, open kitchen? What the fuck do they call those?
I know that if you're talking specifically, like, Japanese restaurants, it'd be called a Japanese steakhouse, but... Or a Chinese steakhouse. Alright, I guess making the statue that big, it clips into the light, and I'd rather have it smaller and not clipping into the light than bigger and clipping.
Damn, that sucks.
I mean, I could just make it really tiny.
I mean, I'm not... I like the statue. I think it belongs there in the center of the room. That fucking chandelier ruins everything.
I mean, I could change that. I could change the like, I could do this. Hold on.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
There. No chandelier. But that changes the aesthetic of the room. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like that. I don't know. Let me see what my options are. That'll work. That'll work. Now the chandeliers are off to the side. They're out of the way.
Now you can make it big if you want to.
Slightly off center, but I'm not picky enough to bother fixing it again.
You've made marvelous improvements here.
All right. Were you here when I reorganized all these shelves? So it's
yes.
Got a totally different layout for it now. I like this layout much better. So the chopping table produces a random plant every like 10 minutes, I think. 9 minutes. And then the hopping pots produce a random potion every 13 minutes. But the benefit of the chopping table and the hopping pots is they don't require any ingredients to make the plants or potions. So.
Okay, the hopping pots. What is their purpose?
Why do they? They just brew a random potion every 13 minutes, 12 minutes, something like that. That's all they do. They just sit here and they brew a random potion.
Oh, I see.
You can have a maximum of 3 of them. They're also a reference to the the Beetle the Bard story from the Tales of Beetle the Bard, The Witch in the Hopping Pot.
Oh. What else did Beetle the Bard do? There was a story that he told.
He did the Tale of the Three Brothers for the Deathly Hallows story.
Okay.
Oh, have you seen my Phoenix yet? I have a Phoenix now.
How the fuck did you procure that?
It was a side quest.
Oh, there he is. She? He?
He. It is my Phoenix.
Oh, by the way, did you know that the original actor for Dumbledore, he didn't know that the animatronic... Oh.
Yeah, I think I know what you're gonna say, and yes, I did know. He didn't know the animatronic wasn't a real bird, and they never told him. Yeah. Yeah, I learned that in the anniversary get-together thing that they released on HBO. I don't know if you've watched that. They did a whole, they did like a cast reunion thing last year.
I would like to watch that. Wait, a cast reunion? Did they?
They did like a cast and crew reunion documentary thing last year. It's on HBO if you want to watch it.
I thought that Alan Rickman was in the cast reunion thing, so...
No. Nope.
Because he died.
Robbie Coltrane was, and he died like a couple months later.
Oh. That was the Hagrid, yeah?
Yeah. But if you want to watch the reunion thing, it's on HBO still. It's not going anywhere.
You have it on PS4, HBO?
HBO. You should have it on that PlayStation.
Okay.
If you need my login info, I can give it to you. I'm sharing my HBO with everyone. Oh my gosh. You'll have it. Samson and Jordan use my HBO. My mom uses my HBO account.
You are the fucking mule horse here. The load-bearing...
Yeah, I'm for real. Especially with all the streaming services. Samson's mooching off my Crunchyroll, my HBO.
You should be proud of all the potions.
What else? My Amazon Prime Video mooches off that too. I think the only thing he doesn't mooch off me is Netflix.
If for whatever reason, like, the subscription expires. Damn it, Brian! Pay your bills so I can mooch off your accounts.
It's all good. I'm fine with sharing them. There's no detriment to me.
Apparently you can fucking cast Avada Kedavra on your, like, NPCs.
That's a mod for PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the PC already has, like, a bunch of mods, and one of them is the ability to attack anyone in the game. Because normally, if an NPC is friendly, you can't actually hit them with anything. Wait, what am I doing? Quests. Hmm.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Looked rather dark in there. Never stopped me before.
You made it.
At least we're out of the classroom.
I take it this means you had some luck at the library?
It took a few hours and some eye-watering maps, but I think this might be the cave Doran told us about.
Impressive. Especially with how little information he gave us.
Well, I'm still not sure this is the cave, but it did seem the most promising. I stumbled across some folklore about a cave in the area that people avoid. Seemed the perfect place to hide something of value. It's a bit of a leap, I confess, but might a mysterious item such as a special moonstone be hidden in an equally mysterious cave? I think I'm desperate for anything at this point.
Did you discover why people avoid this cave?
Ridiculous, really. Rumor was that the cave drove people mad. I couldn't find any account by someone who had been in the cave, though. So either it is a rumor, or anyone who went in wasn't in any state to speak of it afterwards.
Well, that's encouraging.
Well, we're here. We might as well have a look.
Agreed. I wonder if you'd go blind from staring directly at a moonstone.
So how's life treating you, Rhett?
How's life treating me? Oh shit. I kind of don't really know what the fuck I'm doing, honestly.
You don't think
I am
going
to college. Do you? I'm taking my classes.
I suppose we'll find out.
I'm confused in my classes. I wing it on my tests. I somehow do passively. I continue to not know what the fuck I'm doing. Everyone doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. I oftentimes think, why the fuck am I here? What the fuck is the point of all this if I'm not even learning it? And then I try to spin it and try to remind myself that I'm not here to really learn, I'm here to absorb enough information so that I can reteach it to myself later. But then I think about that and I think how absurd that is. What if we just fucking taught instead of that? But I know that can't happen because, dude, this is industrialized education in the modern world. I don't know. I'm jaded with the system a little bit, if you want a summary in one sentence. But
understandable.
I refuse to become consumed by that feeling.
Also understandable. Whatever happened to this girl you mentioned to me once?
I mean, we still kind of text a bit. I am going to try to go to the next game that she's going to play saxophone at, because she actually plays in the band for Gator Games, believe it or not.
Okay.
And I didn't know this, but apparently every student gets like 4 free tickets to every non-football game. Like, I could bring myself and 3 friends for free who aren't students, apparently. I didn't know that. And, I mean, there isn't really much of a feeling yet beyond just the initial attraction phase. I'm trying to, like, get to know this person a bit better. Honestly, I'm going into this with just the expectation of making a friend right now.
Yeah.
And we'll just see if anything goes from there.
I'm in a similar situation myself.
Okay.
I met someone literally just yesterday, and I'm going into it with I'm going into it with just the expectation of making a friend right now. But she seems pretty cool. She's into anime and video games. She's in the Air Force, but she's leaving the Air Force. She's in my class.
Whoa. Okay. She's in the Air Force, but she's leaving the Air Force. Like
she was in the Air Force for a few years, and she's currently getting out of the Air Force. She wasn't like a fighter pilot or anything like that. She did she did like mechanic stuff. Basically, when I asked her about it, she said in simplest terms, she would look at a piece of equipment, and determine whether or not it was damaged. And if it was damaged, she would say, "Don't use this," and that was her job. But
well,
Revelio.
She's pretty cool.
Well,
she has.
hey,
let me put it this way: she drives a red Jeep with a Bowser flag on it.
Oh, okay. That's a very good sign. That's not sarcasm. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Actually, that convention that me and Samson and Jordan went to in Ocala back in like September.
Shit, I missed it.
Did you? It was like back in September.
No. What's the one that you're going to now?
Oh, the one I'm going to, the SwampCon? SwampCon's free,
yeah.
and it's at UF, and it's in like, it's like the end of March.
Okay, remind me, because I'm going to go there with you guys.
Okay.
It's the Rights Union, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, the convention in Ocala, the Equestrian Center, it was like an anime convention. Apparently she was there.
Oh.
Same
Did she
time.
recognize you or something?
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
I was talking to her about it, and I mentioned that I like to go to conventions, and I've been to that convention. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I was there."
The only convention I've ever been to was MegaCon 2016. It's pretty cool. I liked it.
My first convention was the Tampa Bay Comic-Con, and I really want to go again. It's like one of the biggest cons in Florida.
I beg your pardon?
One of. MegaCon is bigger.
About the cave started. The Fwooper's song is said
Biggest,
to
in
anyone
fact,
who
I
hears
think.
it
That's
mad.
why they call it MegaCon. Hey, hopefully it works out, because guess what? Air Force benefits.
If the moonstone stays here and so are Fwooper's,
I mean, I'm being serious. There are some benefits.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, maybe it's terrible talking about it in a utilitarian way like that, but for real though. Like, I was genuinely considering, like,
Revelio.
just as, like, a financial decision, marrying Travis once he got out of the Air Force, just so that I could go to college. Just so I could go to college for free. And on top of that, I'd probably get, like, a boost.
I know what you mean, but that's hilarious.
Hey, I could go to college for free. Let's fucking go. Or not for free, but most of it paid for. Come on, the system's gonna play, I'm gonna play the system.
we need to find moths for those spinners.
But, that's the thing about, this person that I'm hanging out with. There are the signs that long-term might not be compatible, but then there are, like, a couple of others where it's just like, oh, maybe not. Because she's at least casually into games, and that's good enough. I don't.
Let me put you. The person I'm talking to, her name. I think I already told you her name is Amber. Let me put it this way: when I asked for her number, she gave me her Discord.
Ah, okay.
Perhaps the room
Well, here's what's funny: when I asked for her Discord, she gave me her number. So that's really fucking funny. But what was it?
Lumos.
Like, she likes Assassin's Creed, so a bunch of games that I haven't played, but there is one game that I'm gonna get on Steam when it goes on sale. Oh, Don't Starve. I'm sure you've heard of it, but
yeah, me and Jordan play Don't Starve together.
and,
we used to play that all the time. We used to play it like every morning. I would get up early before work, and Jordan would be up early because she's taking care of Luna in the morning. And then whenever she laid Luna down for a nap, we'd play Don't Starve together for like hours.
I'm gonna get that, and then I guess I'll play that with her, but, she's like a really active person. I mean, like, really active. And, like, regularly hits the gym, and, like, casually plays like soccer with some people, and I could maybe get on that, but it kind of clashes with my lifestyle a bit, and I'm trying to like adopt that a little bit into what I do. I mean, I'm active-ish enough. It's just I don't know if that would
just take my worthless advice. I say worthless because it is advice, but how much worth there is to it is entirely determined by the situation. If and this is just from personal experience, I'm saying this. If don't feel like you have to change. It's okay to make compromise, but if you have to change yourself to make the relationship work, it's not worth it.
Okay, understandable.
Unless you're trying to change bad things about yourself, that's different. That's why I say it's situational.
Yeah. And I guess you could argue there's nothing wrong with being healthier, but I'm already fairly healthy. I eat pretty good, and I like jog as much as I can. I haven't been able to recently, but that's like the extent that I would try to like at least get my heart pumping so that I don't die of heart disease at 55. I die of heart disease at 75. And I did go to the gym once, and it was really fun because I've really never been to a gym, so I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I ended up just kind of like, I showed up in like denim, and apparently that's a no-no, I found out. And she just, oh hey, you're here, and then she just looked at my pants, and then she looked up at me and said, why are you wearing denim? And just like, this, just straight face, just, why are you wearing denim? And I'm like, pants. And she's like, well, you're not allowed to. And I'm like,
okay, you're allowed to. It's just really not recommended, and you'll get funny looks from people because it's a very heavy clothing, and you can't really. It's not very breathable.
They were denim shorts, though.
Oh, that's fine. Shorts are shorts. I don't see what the problem with that is personally.
Apparently, she said that it could get caught on equipment, and that's like.
Okay, that can happen, but you can get caught on equipment wearing gym shorts.
Well, regardless, I won't do that again. I bought proper attire for next time.
I mean, like I said, you will get weird looks, but personally, I don't see anything egregiously wrong with it.
So I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and I said, well, she said, well, so what do you want to do? And I'm like, oh, well, I figured I would just do whatever you did. And I just said it with, like, a confident smile. And just, fuck it, I'll just down to whatever you're gonna do. She's like, okay, well, we're going over here now. And there were this particular position to, like, pick up weights that I did not understand at all. Mostly because, like I said, I haven't done any of this shit before.
Yeah.
And I think we spent, like, 10 minutes trying to get me to do it right, and I was trying my damnedest and I couldn't. And finally, because you have to like sort of like have this weird like bent over squat, and finally she got frustrated and was just like, stick your ass out like you're about to get fucked in the ass, okay? and then all of a sudden it clicked and I just did it right. I was just like, oh, okay, I have
to had to let the gay out to make it work. I get it. The gym be like that sometimes.
Yeah, we went to the YMCA. It's what happened. I'm kidding. We went to a different one called but
yeah, no, I know that feeling. When I started going to the gym like by myself for the first time, because I've been going regularly now. I've been trying to go 4 days a week. I went this morning. I'm going to go again tomorrow morning. Like trying to like. It's really weird at first because if you don't know how to use any equipment and you don't have anyone there to like, especially if you don't have anyone there to help you learn how to use the equipment, you gotta kind of read the thing on the side of the equipment that gives you like a sort of like brief diagram of what it's supposed to look like when you use it, and then you gotta kind of figure out the rest for yourself. And if you're using like a free weight, there's no help at all. You just gotta figure out what you're doing, and it can be really like anxiety inducing, especially if there's other people watching you or waiting for you. It's like, well, and not only are people like looking at me, but now I also don't know what I'm doing.
So pretty much, I was done with that, and then we went on and like did other things, and I mostly was just following her around because I was just like, oh, okay, we're just gonna go to do this and all. And she explained how to do this one part of the equipment, and she thought that I was just gonna like stay behind and do that. But I thought that she was going to get like another piece of the equipment to make it work. So I got up and was following her. She didn't realize this, and then she like turns around holding it, and she's like, "Oh, what the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, what? You're supposed to be doing it? Whatever." She wasn't like mad or anything, but she was just like playfully flustered. And what else? After about an hour, she kind of like asked, "So are you like feeling done?" And I'm like, "Well, I think everything hurts as much as it's supposed to, so yeah, I guess so." And she says, "Well, you did better than another friend of mine who, when they came here, they just ran on the treadmill. Didn't know what the hell they were doing, so I'll give you plenty of credit for that." And I think like the biggest thing was that like even when I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, I did it like as confidently as I could. I was just like, yeah, we're gonna do this.
It helps if you at least try, rather than say I don't know and then not do it. To try, and even if you don't know what you're doing, I think it makes a big difference. And that kind of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. I have no expectations one way or the other. Honestly, if anything, I'm just glad that I kind of like have a workout routine now for myself. If there's anything I gained from any of this, it's the fact that I now have a workout routine because I remember what she did, and it's just like, okay, cool, good. And the problem is, I can't like regularly go to work out with her because like,
You read my mind.
it's in fucking Gainesville. I can't drive to Gainesville. Yeah. It's not, no. And what's worse is the fact that...
Doesn't the university provide free facilities for like a gym and stuff like that?
I know, but her schedule...
My college does.
Oh,
I
yeah,
I don't use my college gym, but...
For whatever reason, she insists on going to this one where you have to have a paid membership, and it's just like... Why? Why? Why do? But I got a week free, that's how I ended up going. But I am actually looking into
if you ever find yourself up here again, come with me to the gym. I got a black card membership, I can take people with me.
Oh good. Yeah, because I wanted to... I'm trying to like actually go to a gym regularly, but to one that's closer. And until I can like go to one and know exactly like how to do most of the things, because I only did like upper body and arms that day. Or I need to like do a leg day with somebody else, and then I can go and be like, okay.
Right cave after all.
A good thing too.
My workout routine is Monday is legs, Tuesday is core, Wednesday is chest and arms, and I start each thing like each day with like I start off with like a power walking on the treadmill with intermittent jogging, like a cardio, and then I go into like targeted muscle workouts. So like for legs, I'll do like a set of barbell squats, and then I'll move on to like a leg lift machine that adds weight to when you're doing leg lifts. They got another one for like pushing your legs down with weights, and then do some I can't remember what it's called now, leg press. Do leg press as well. And then, because I have a black card membership with my gym, I get to use their hydro massage chairs for free. So I always end my workout routines by chilling in the hydro massage chair and listening to a book.
Oh, okay. Sounds very intellectual.
Not really. I've been listening to God of War. Did I tell you that I figured out? I learned that all the God of War games have novelizations, and they all have audiobooks. So I've been listening to the God of War games because I never played the first 3 games. I only played the new ones.
That's really good of them that they have novelizations.
Yeah, they have novelizations, and they provide insight into like characters' thoughts and like why they're doing what they're doing, like the little things that they don't talk about in the games. It's really cool. I've been loving the novelizations of it. And what's really cool is the novelizations of the books for the new games are narrated by the guy who voices the talking head. I can't remember his name right now. Mimir. The guy who voices Mimir in the game does the voiceover for the audiobooks. It's really good. I love it.
Never played a God of War game. I don't want to.
The old ones are very beat-em-up style. The new one is a lot more complex, I would say. The old one was very much like, oh, you have this weapon, it does like its own kind of attack thing. Here, room full of enemies, mash square this many times, and then triangle this many times to make like specific combo. That's how the original 3 were. The new ones are similar, but the camera angle is very different, and the pacing feels very different. I like the new style better than the old style, but I would think it'd be really cool if they remastered, like did a remake of the original 3 games in the style of the new ones.
Oh, by the way, I want to share this with you. This one caught me off guard, and I think it was my reaction to it.
We leave now. We should
was
make it
funny.
by nightfall.
So the first time I actually like hung out with her,
precisely where Doran said
to
it
a
would be. But now that we're
the
here,
rights
I'm not
union,
entirely
like
sure
one of the
how to
they
feel.
just
We
get
knew we were
like
at the
Panda
cave for the
Express and just
moonstone,
have
but Doran
lunch.
didn't tell us what to expect when we placed the stone in the henge.
We ended up shifting topics, and she says, "Oh,
Whatever
I
it is,
just
it
got
had
a new
better have to do
tattoo
with
recently," and I'm
snidgets.
like, "Oh,
The
really?
clock is ticking
What is
in
it?"
that regard. Let's make our
And
way
she
down.
says, "Here, I'll show you."
We're nearly at the end.
And I figured, oh, okay, she's gonna show me the design, and flips the phone around, and I just have this bare side
How's your
shot
plan
of
doing,
her
by the
thigh,
way?
like all the way up
Nothing.
to her ass,
set
and
up
I'm
a
just
caterwauling charm
like
and
this
threatened to make a
thigh-long
coat out
design
of
of
the next
a
poacher that set foot on her doorstep.
blooming flower, several blooms
Still
of a
it's
flower.
terrible that I'm
But
the
the thing
reason we
is,
went there.
I was not fucking
Surely she'll be pleased
expecting
you've gone off.
half her fucking ass. And
I hope so.
so
Fran understands how
I-
important it is to...
when they
my
say let me
reaction-
show you something and you're not expecting just ass.
kind of. And so here's my deal. I had to like I was able to mask my like original shock, but then I was faced with another dilemma, which is okay, I want to actually like look at the design, but here's the problem. If I look too closely and for too long, there's a chance that she's gonna take that as me looking too close and too long. So I pretty much, in like the span of like 2.5 seconds, was like, "Oh yeah, flowers. They're hibiscus, yeah."
I'm sorry. That is a response, Rick. That is a response.
I don't know if I recreated it verbatim, but I was pretty much like, "Oh, okay, flowers. They're hibiscus."
Oh man.
That was a moon
And what was her response to
Do you know
this?
how rare it is to see even one? They only
She
ever
corrected
happen
me
under a
in
full
that
moon.
they were like a
Though I
different kind of
suppose the
flower,
moonstone allowed it
and
to
like
happen
didn't
now.
think much
Is
of
the
it. But I
pattern
was
they
just
left
like,
behind on the ground
I kept thinking to myself,
All part of
bro.
the dance.
And
Bro!
question.
Pattern is ever the
Did she
same.
like show you
We need to
physically
draw
or
this
like
one
with
to
like a
get better
picture?
sense of it.
It was a picture.
Can't wait to
It was a
tell Gran
picture.
I
Was
managed to
okay.
see
We
not
were
one,
in public in the rights union, bruh.
Still be jealous.
You've seen this
I don't
before?
know.
Oh yeah,
It was
no,
pure
she
luck
just
the first time. I was on Highwing, or I'd never have
Some
spotted.
people be
Well,
about that life.
the night I met Highwing, actually,
I don't know how she could have gotten away with it with like upwards of
I'd love
50
to hear
people
about how
around
you and
us.
I'd
That would have been
actually like
interesting
you
if
to
she
know.
did. Actually, it would have been interesting
About
if
5
everyone
years
like
ago,
also
Highwing
saw,
had
but
been
like just
captured
didn't
by
fucking
poachers.
care. And I'm the only one who, like, maybe felt about it differently. Like, it was fucking, like a Groundhog's Day incident where it's just like,
finally had enough.
nobody else sees this, it's
I
only
freed
me.
Highwing and we ran. We'd flown for ages when I spotted
But,
mooncalves dancing below and we landed to watch them. It felt like an omen, a good one. A sign that the worst was over.
The conversation went very
Had
normally
enough
after
and
that,
the
though.
worst was over.
You see, the night I freed Highwing was also the night I ran away from home. A poacher camp. I come from a
Merlin, I don't know what to say.
I never fitted in, but the older I
She's
got,
kinda
the more
thick, though.
apparent it became. Suffice it to say,
Good.
Oh fuck,
Good.
this is on stream.
That's fine. Does she watch my
I was
streams?
unable to help when I was younger.
Yeah, she's like your number one
That's all I
fan.
want to do.
Oh, cool. You said she's thick, right? No, I'm kidding. I've always wanted a number one fan that was also thick. It's my dream.
But she's also intimidating because I remember when, like, I tried to, like, I went first when we went to, like, the new machine at the gym.
I've never told
And she's like, okay, like, try, like, 50. And I, like, was kind of barely able to, like, 50, and then I went up to, like, 60.
I'm glad you told me.
We should
And then,
like 50,
like,
50
all
reps
right.
or 50
He'll need
pounds?
to see the symbol.
Pounds, and then I did, like, 20 reps
Okay.
of it. It was like a, this thing where you, like, have your arms stretched out and you pull them towards you. Like, not towards you, but, like, together. And then, like...
Are you talking about a chest press? That's what I call them anyway. Where you have your arms like out, like wing spread, and then you pull your arms in, like you pull your hands together in front of you.
Yes, that.
Okay, yeah, I do that as a chest exercise.
And maybe it wasn't exactly like that, but whatever machine that we had that was kind of like that, I went up to like 50 or 60.
Didn't the journal say?
And she's like, "All right,
of course,
I got this." And she like sits down and like does like some number that is like 90 or something, and just and like I think I just like looked at the weight and just like my eyes got big, and just I think she laughed at that, and I think it was just like at that moment it was like, wow, she could just fucking kill me. She could just fucking kill me. She said she did like karate too.
Yeah. I haven't taken a martial art since middle school with Miss Demita.
I have not taken a martial art. I want to.
It's
Though. I wish
overrated.
I was. Is it?
It's overrated. If you're gonna take a martial art, like honestly, I would say go for something more practical than like a proper martial art. Like I'd say if you really want to get into martial arts, learn something practical first, then go into something like Taekwondo or karate.
I was actually going
honestly like boxing, kickboxing, something like that. Honestly, personally, I would love to learn. Oh, what's it called? Something bow. I don't remember what it's called, but it's where you fight with your elbows and knees instead of your fists and feet.
Oh. There's one that I was gonna learn that's very practical. That a family friend of mine knows.
Something boxing.
Called Krav Maga.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Because he knows it and could teach it to me, it's like basically it's the non-confrontational martial art essentially, where it's all about like just trying to.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I looked it up to remember what it was called. Muay Thai boxing. I would love to learn Muay Thai boxing. It's very up in your face style of boxing, like even more so than normal boxing, because you fight with your elbows and knees.
Okay.
But I would love to learn Muay Thai. Sorry, didn't mean to
but
cut
yeah.
you off there.
It's the same guy that, like, knows how to fence, but, like, historical fencing in HEMA.
I would love to do HEMA as well, honestly. But I
Shame
wouldn't
that
want to
you
do
actually-
fencing. I would want to do,
Haven't a clue why there's such a fuss over
European longsword?
Yes, European longsword.
I think he knows how to do that. He doesn't know how to do it as well as fencing. He knows how to do it.
One less poacher in the wizarding world.
It's a shame that you moved away because he actually lives kind of close to where you used to live.
Yeah, I didn't learn until after I moved that like one of the only HEMA centers in all of Florida is in Gainesville.
In
There's
Gainesville?
Yeah, I think there's only 2 HEMA centers in Florida and 1 is in Gainesville.
If that's the case, then I might actually hit them up. I don't know. I just don't have time for anything. I don't even do fencing anymore because I don't have time. So if I don't have time for that, then I'm not going to have time for HEMA.
Yeah. But no, I'd love it to get into European longsword combat.
We'll see how much I want to have a life after I finish my physics degree, if I want to even. I want to, like, just become an engineer and say, fuck.
Yes, I say, what kind of job would you be looking to get when you finish with your degree? Like, where would you work? Like, for a university, or...?
That's if I went into academia. They say that you would actually have a bit more of a stress-free time if you were just a professor in an academia and doing research on the side. And the grad student I work under made a big point, said, look at Professor Biswas, man. Does he look stressed out to you? And I kind of thought about it and was like, no. He's always smiling every day, walking around with all the confidence in the world in his sweater. You know, like, that man has it made. You could be like Biswas, right? And I'm like, alright. Like, maybe I'll be a professor. But
yeah, you could be a professor, but you know, that's the one thing though, is like, and don't take this with a grain of salt. This is just my viewpoint on it, and it means literally nothing. What's the point of going to school for all those years and learning how to do all this stuff if all you do is teach it to other people?
Well, it does make it sound like a pyramid scheme, doesn't it?
It does.
Because like, you're gonna learn you learn all this shit, then you just teach it to somebody else, so that then they can teach it to somebody else. The the point is, though, there has to be somebody to teach it to somebody, so that they can be a researcher and go on and do cool shit, and like, or work for an engineering firm, or be a consultant, or God forbid, work for a hedge fund. Which, that's actually always an option, is I could just sell out and go on Wall Street and just be a physicist
Bro,
consultant.
just go, like, work on particle accelerators at CERN.
It's what, like, everyone kind of is like, yeah, just do that, and it's just like, well, here's the thing I never elaborated on, is why I've been looking away from particle physics, is because, the theory side, anyway, is a lot of, and it's not all this is an oversimplification, but it is a lot of making shit up and seeing if it works.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
You basically come up with some, like, crack job prediction and say, it happens because...
Isn't it something along the lines of, assume this property exists, therefore it makes this thing happen? Like, in a really dumbed down way of putting it, isn't that basically how it works?
Yeah, because apparently, physicists, there's the standard model of particle physics. And it's a wonderful model, it's a great theory, and the most important thing is, it works. And the thing is, it's not as neat and elegant as some physicists would like it to be. They basically look at it and they're just like, ew, why are there 3 fundamental forces in our theory? We should combine them into one theory. And of course, there's also the problem of where does gravity fit into the whole standard model thing, but...
Just remember one of my favorite quotes of all time, Rhett.
Yeah.
Keep this well in mind throughout your entire life. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
No, and I actually live by that philosophy, and that's what I actually counter the whole fucking thing, the standard model, like, it's like, well, it fucking works! Why the fuck do we have issues with it? There are other, like, more important issues in physics that we could be spending our time and money into now. I can't believe I've become, like, it is important to pursue particle physics. I'm not going to say that it's not important, but there are some things that are, like, that have bigger implications for us. Like, solving superconductivity, being able to, like, use electricity without losing energy to fucking heat at room temperature, because that's the thing. We have superconductors, they do exist. The problem with them is that you can only use them either at extremely cold temperatures that are way below even room temperature, or you can use them at room temperature, but they have to be under, like, 300 gigapascals of pressure, which is, like, way above ambient pressure. Like, several, like, not several tens, but, like, I think 15 orders of magnitude, maybe, above ambient pressure. I don't know for sure. It's at least 15. It has to be. But the point is, if we can, like, figure out, because we're close. We're very close to, like, getting superconductors that just fucking work for us. That would revolutionize society so fucking much. Having a computer that could, like, do that, or just power lines that don't have any loss whenever they transfer to your fucking house, that's a physicist's wet dream, okay? Like, every physicist on Earth is going to fucking come when we figure out superconductors at room temperature and ambient pressure. Do you understand me? Everyone's just gonna be, ah!
I'm so glad I'm getting all this on stream.
People just fucking dig this up in like 30 years time. People dig this up in 30 years time when I'm a fucking university professor, and they're just like, Professor Hoke, Professor Hoke.
I found this horse night guy's stream on this old platform called YouTube.
I beg your pardon.
Revelio.
Yes. The professors in the Internet Historian Department have been doing some field research on the web. Have received or found you saying that the collective scientific community is going to cum their pants. What do you have to say for yourself, Professor Hoke? For the record, I would like to say that, was I not wrong? That's assuming we do find it by then. I'm optimistic. We'll find it by then, I bet.
I'm optimistic for the future of the scientific community as well, and their myriad of discoveries towards the benefits of society. But what'll more likely happen is the discoveries that'll benefit the people who are already billionaires, and then they'll exploit us for everything we're worth, for more money that they don't need.
What I'm wondering is if things get good enough to where, like,
It is wonderful to see you back here.
there's ever a this is kind of kind of a utopian perspective, so like this isn't any realistic thing, but this is more of just like a philosophical question of like, if we ever get to a point to where there is like a lot of excess and somehow society has no reason really to constantly keep
Thank you for believing in
hoarding,
me.
or like the rich keep, you know, staying in their positions of power because the only way to sustain that is to, you know, keep exploiting people. If that ever becomes unnecessary, would they keep doing it anyway? Is what I'm wondering.
Absolutely.
Because maybe that's
no doubt in my mind that yes, they absolutely would. Because they can.
Well, then again, perhaps is that just your perspective speaking, or? Well, I mean, it is your perspective speaking.
It is my perspective, but that is my belief based on observation of the current world.
Yeah.
This final broom upgrade slaps. I can boost for like way longer now. And I think I go faster.
Like, look like it's going down much.
And if I get close to the ground, it just refills. Oh, this is great.
Does it refill quickly?
Yes. It refills faster than I can use it.
Oh, okay.
Like, when you're close to the ground, you just have infinite boost. And it refills the meter.
Oh, I see.
Alright. What now, I suppose, is the question.
Oh, I see. Full screen. How the fuck did... How do you do those, like, weird, like, voice command things?
What do you mean?
On your, like on your PS4, sometimes you can have, like, you do voice commands at it through the microphone.
I have voice commands turned off right now because they're a little buggy on the PS5, and they were a little buggy on the PS4 too. But you could basically, as long as you were on the home screen, or if you had it set that way, even if you're in a game, if you like to pull up the pop-up menu for PlayStation, you could do it there. And you'd say, "Hey PlayStation," and then you could give it a command, and it would do that thing. You could have it open applications, open Spotify, close a game, start up like HBO or something. Ugh. Oh man. But I never found much use with it myself. Oftentimes I would just be like playing a game and I'd accidentally say the word PlayStation and it would be like, "Oh, yes, master." And then I'd be like, "I don't need you right now, slave." And
Let me see if that's what does it. PlayStation.
You may have to go into your settings and turn it on because if I recall, I had it turned off on the my PS4 as well.
Well, apparently my controller's not even fucking like responding to button presses right now. Yet I'm plugged into it and it's like working that way. So whatever.
How is my old PS4 running these days? Is it still running okay? It's not giving you any problems?
There are no problems that have occurred with it. Okay, one problem. Only once has it occurred, but it decided to just turn itself the fuck off in the middle of a game.
Huh.
Just once.
I think I've had that happen to me like once before as well, and I think it's just because the console's old.
Yeah.
I will tell you this much: if it starts to overheat, it will shut itself off.
Okay. It sounds like sounds like it's gonna take off whenever I play Elden Ring.
It can't be as bad as Samson's. Samson's is just straight up, "Welcome to PlayStation Airlines." I love how these puzzle doors make you do math. Like, actually. So these puzzle doors, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know how far back the stream is. So, like, you got the number in the middle, right? For the top and the bottom are two separate things. And it's just basic addition. Like, the number in the middle is the answer, is like the total number. And then the numbers around it you add them all up, and they have to equal that number. So you've got 4 plus the symbol, and the symbol corresponds to the symbols around the doorway. So going from bottom left and going up in an arc around over to the bottom right, it's 0, 1 through 9. And so you would add 4. So for example, the top one on this, it's supposed to be 6. 4 plus 1, 2, 6. So it's already 6. So the question mark one would be 0, which would be the first one on the first symbol on the list. So I have that one in a 0. Second one is 5 and 1. It makes 6. 6 plus 5. 6 plus 5 makes 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 would be that squid thing right there. So I'd go put that symbol in on the squid thing, or on the question mark symbol thing, which I think is down here. Yeah.
Okay.
What are you up to now?
I passed it. There we go. Yeah, I when I first saw these doors, I had no idea how to open them. I was like, what's with the symbols and the numbers? I don't know what this means.
I see.
But eventually I figured it out. It's basic math.
Revelio.
Apparently the castle is massive in this.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. It's very easy to get lost in. Oh, okay, cool. I was wondering if I'd get to see this. I don't know how far back the stream is, but you're gonna enjoy what I just witnessed.
The fucking knight's just killing his own buddy?
So, whenever you walk past, one of the knights is humming, and the other guy punches him on the arm to get him to stop humming, and then each time you come through, he hits him harder and harder, and on the third time you come through and he's humming, he gets fed up with him and just breaks him apart.
I like the fucking, tiny kick he does at the end, just bitch ass.
The Great Hall, decorated for Christmas.
Crubbamus.
'Tis a beautiful game.
Okay, you know what?
Some days are more difficult than...
Lassie.
There you go.
Is everything alright?
They fucking celebrate Christmas in Harry Potter. That's how I get my mom to like Harry Potter again.
And I feel peace for a day or two. But this is not one of those times.
Yeah, don't you know Jesus Christ was just a wizard?
I miss him.
Here's a necromancer.
I miss running with him. I miss Mattibelleland.
He's a necromancer. He fucking brought people back to life. He's a necromancer.
It's not your fault, Matty. There's nothing you could...
That is
he
what
brought
my
himself
mother
back
says.
to life. He's a
But
fucking
he died.
necromancer.
I find myself reliving the moment more. I believe I would feel less helpless if I could Each day they remain free, they do more damage.
He cast Unvada Uncadavra.
Thank you. Thank you for
Wouldn't that
speaking
just
with
be
It was very
abracadabra?
Oh no. Yeah, don't you remember in the Bible when he looked at his friend and said abracadabra, alakazam?
No, I mean literally, because of like the Latin translation, like Avada Kedavra is actually by the definition of it in Latin, it means the opposite of abracadabra.
Oh.
Like that was actually like a thing when Rowling was writing the books. Like I wasn't just talking on my ass. Like it actually is the inversion of abracadabra is Avada Kedavra. Like in definition, it means the opposite. Because abracadabra means like bring life or something like that, and then Avada Kedavra is taking life. Avada Kedavra.
Hey, it's It's me, Gareth. Do you have a moment?
Were you calling me, Gareth?
I was. After you helped me with that Fupa feather and potions. You see, I have
Several
an idea.
folk etymologies are associated with the word.
You and your
From Grace in
concoctions. I
Hebrew
don't know
that
how you
mean
come up
I
with these
will
things.
create
It's
as
a
I
gift,
speak.
truly. So, I'd get them myself, but my Aunt Matilda
Okay.
has her eye on me. Thinks I need to focus
Then I
on
think
potions
Avada
and
Kedavra
class
probably
for a
has something
while,
to do with
not my own
destroying.
brews. I was hoping
Right.
you could follow a secret passage to Honeyduke's cellar
I thought
and
the
grab a few
second
dried
word was
billywig
supposed to
stings for
mean
me.
cadaver. That's just what made sense to me.
Sounds simple. I'll
Day of the night. Okay.
I'll need to get those dried billywig stings for Gareth if he's to finish his latest concoction.
I love this, that they added the secret passage to Honeydukes from the books into the game.
This looks like the right statue. Now, what was the password? Descendium. Goodness. Who knew this was all down here? A lift.
Descendium? What's that supposed to do?
It's just the password. It's the password to
Oh.
open the secret passage.
Is there a chamber of secrets in this?
I mean, in lore, yes. You can't go to it. But you can find the entrance, and if you like get the page for it, like the descriptive page, it says that there is a faucet with like a snake symbol on it, but no one knows why it's there. And like if you like read the books or seen the movies, you know that it's there to mark the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But you can't actually go into the chamber.
Holy shit, it's Elden Ring.
So one of the tropes, not really a trope, one of the memes people are doing with this game is putting on the Spider Slayer armor, like the knight armor, with a scarf, and then like they'll take like screenshots from the game and edit them to add like a Dark Souls health bar and like FP meter and stuff, and then they'll upload the images and tell people it's Elden Ring or Dark Souls.
Honestly,
and people will believe it, and it's hilarious.
The whole area you're in right now looks like fucking Dark Souls, but with a different HUD. Okay,
No,
maybe
bro,
Bloodborne, but...
I'll make it Dark Souls. I will make it Dark Souls. Oh my gosh, I'm wearing a Jester hat right now? I didn't even realize. I always have my hood on, so I can never see what hat I'm wearing, but I'm wearing a Jester hat.
Ironic.
Tis, isn't it?
Now... Justin said that he won't get this game until they add a melee build.
That's never going to happen.
Yeah, I know. He's a fucking... whatever.
Boom. It's Dark Souls now.
He said, if I can't be strength, if I can't be faith, strength, then I ain't playing it. Says he doesn't want to be a filthy int boy.
Yeah, well, he's over there with his strength, faith. I'm gonna use, like, 2 words and, defeat him instantly. While he's busy trying to run at me with his giant hammer, I'm just gonna be like, oh, Expelliarmus, and then just, force him to drop his giant weapon, and then I'm gonna pick it up with my magic and fling it back at his skull. It's not even a word anymore, just screaming.
Yeah.
Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa.
Bonk, I fell. Oh well. That's what gives it away that this isn't Dark Souls. I can swim.
But yeah, it's Breath of the Wild. It's obviously Breath of the Wild, Trev.
Oh yeah, of course.
Repair. Something is getting in the way of that platform. One more to go and I'll make it across.
I fell again? Are you kidding me? First time I went through here, I didn't do all this. So this is actually my second time doing this little side quest through here. The first time I did it was with my other character.
I see.
Oh my gosh, what am I doing? That was intentional.
I'm gonna wait to see what you. Oh, whoa. Oh wow, that. Oh yeah, that was totally intentional.
I need to find a way to open that gate.
Revelio.
Ooh, thought there was something in here.
So is Fairy Fire like one of the dangerous spells in the lore?
Fairy Fire?
Yeah.
That's a D&D spell, but there is Fiend Fire.
That's what I fucking meant.
Fiend Fire, yes. Fiend Fire is a curse. I can
smell the chocolate.
And it creates like a
where would I find
super powerful
for Gareth?
Dark fire, like not literally dark like in coloration, but dark as in dark magic fire that is semi-sentient and takes the form of like a giant animal.
I can only imagine how his new recipe's going to turn out.
Oh, did Voldemort cast that on Dumbledore in the movie to make
Yes,
that giant
he did.
snake?
Yes, he did. That was Fiend Fire. It's extremely difficult to control, and it's also the fire spell that was used in the Deathly Hallows movie at the very end whenever they were in the Room of Requirement.
Ah.
And, yeah, in the books, Crabbe accidentally killed himself with it, but in the movies, it was Goyle, because the actor for Crabbe was in jail. True story.
Revelio.
Look it up. It's facts. Yeah, the actor who played Crabbe was in jail. I don't remember why, but I do think it had something to do with cocaine.
Oh well.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind helping?
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you.
So what beast did they summon with the Fiend Fire?
My dear friend Hazel.
I think Goyle or Crabbe also summoned like a giant snake.
She's a unicorn. Known her for years. Well, Hazel.
I'm sorry to
Personally, my favorite spell in the movies is called like Ring of Fire or something like that, but in the books it's called Fire Rope. And it's the spell Dumbledore does to ward off the Inferi when he like stands up in the middle of the lake and in the 6th movie and he's like moving his wand in giant circles and it's making that huge ring of flames on the water.
What spell is that?
That it's called Fire Rope. And it makes a gigantic like flaming barrier 360 degrees around you.
Do some of these curses not have an actual incantation and are just given names?
And take her to safety
yes. Some of them are just given names and we don't know the incantations. They have incantations, of course, we just don't know them.
Don't risk your own safety, though.
Ah, okay.
I don't know precisely. And although remember,
is Fiend Fire in this game?
I haven't seen it yet, but you can't use it. The only curses you get are the unforgivable curses.
Coat. It sounds as if she's
Everything else is a charm.
So I've always been really unclear on how charms and stuff like that are actually defined. So,
Meet
like,
me, here I come.
Accio, like this spell, that's a charm. Levioso, that's a charm. I also think... I don't think Depulso... I think Depulso and Glacius are both charms as well, but...
That was Expelliarmus.
Yeah, the disarming charm. Or is it a charm, or is it... I'll have to go back and reread that, whether or not it's a charm or not. But I know that, like, it's basically just split between curses, charms, and transfigurations are basically, like, my basic understanding of it. Like, there are offensive charms and defensive charms. I think charm is just a catch-all term for a spell that isn't, like, that, like, directly affects something without actually changing any of its properties. Because if you change its properties, it becomes transfiguration.
This time it's not just one, is it? It's the whole lot of us.
And I guess it becomes cursed if it's something that's harmful.
I think it becomes a curse if it becomes something that, you know, I don't really know. I feel like a curse would be something that offensively harms, like, offensively alters a person, but not, like, changes their properties, because that'd still be transfiguration. So, like, the killing curse kills you, obviously, but there are theories on what the killing curse actually does in order to kill you. Like, it is instant death, but, like, I think the current theory, and the theory I believe, is that it actually, like, forces your soul from your body. Because it leaves no visible mark of damage, like, at all. It just hits you and you're dead. And the theory behind that is it forces the soul out of the body. And also, I realized something interesting, right? When Snape killed Dumbledore, it wasn't actually...
blue?
No, it was green.
Okay.
But in this is pertains more to the books than the movies, this fact. Snape's killing curse didn't actually kill Dumbledore. Because Snape didn't actually want to kill Dumbledore. And it's intention behind the spell that actually determines its effectiveness. It was actually the drop off the tower, it was the fall that killed Dumbledore when he hit the ground. And the reason why I say this is because in the book, right, Dumbledore, like, in the movie, Harry just hides underneath the floor and doesn't say anything. In the book, Dumbledore actually, he's under the invisibility cloak, and Dumbledore puts a body binding charm on him, so he can't move.
Yes.
And he can't speak. And that charm doesn't fade, not after... So, once Dumbledore dies, the charm breaks, and he can move and speak again. But, it's not when Snape hits him with the spell, which should have instantly killed him, which should have instantly ended the spell. It's not the killing curse that ended it. It was after Dumbledore hit the ground that the spell broke. So I don't think the killing curse from Snape actually killed Dumbledore. I think it was Dumbledore hitting the ground. Speaking of hitting the ground, jeez. I barely caught myself. Alright.
What was I gonna say? Was Dumbledore's death, like, always a part of the plan? Always a part of his plan?
Not always, but ever since he got the curse on his hand, yes.
I see.
Because once he got the curse on his hand, he only had a year to live anyway. And by the time he went with Harry to get the Horcruxes at the end of the book, he only had like a couple months left. If even.
I see.
Hazel must be here somewhere. Come on, Hazel. Revelio.
And was it true that Harry would have just lived forever if he lost to Dumbledore? I mean, fuck, Voldemort?
What do you mean?
So, because apparently when he died the first time, when, Voldemort struck him down in the forest, and he had to just like play dead. Dumbledore ends up explaining in the book, so I've heard, that because his reconstructed body had Harry's blood in it, same protections of his Horcruxes were on Harry too.
That's not how it works. I know what you're talking about now. Hold on, let me catch this unicorn and I'll explain it. Hold still. Come back.
Have you not caught a unicorn yet?
No, I have, but this is for a side quest. It's a specific unicorn named Hazel that I have to catch for this little old lady. Because side quests in an RPG. Hello, Centaur.
Are centaurs neutral?
Yeah. Hold still.
Ooh, that was close to that centaur.
No, come back! Before I have to restart the capture process again. Ugh. Stop running! And now I gotta deal with spiders. I don't have time for this. Come back. Come back. Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Oh my gosh. Hold still. No. No, I was on the last one. Come back. Come. Oh my gosh. Hold. Hold still. Finally.
I can take Hazel back to avoid now. I should let Madame Budbrook know she's safe.
You have your fucking Fantastic Beast bag?
Yup. It's called the knapsack.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
A blah blah kadada.
Have you seen the introduction to Minimalist Phineas and Ferb?
Madame Budbrook.
At least that's what it was called. So it was this guy was it was like a joke on the Perry the platypus Perry the platypus. It was a joke on that. Someone took a piece of like light blue paper and put with like a yellow piece of paper at the bottom for feet and went and then put a brown piece on top blah, 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 and uploaded it. And the creator of Phineas and Ferb reacted to it and thought it was hilarious.
Minimalist Harry
both fine.
Platypus.
You've a kind heart, you do. I shall not. Take good care of Hazel now.
I'm just trying to practice.
Yes.
You're back. Nice to see you again.
Let's look at what we have, shall we?
Apparently,
Nothing like finding just the right thing, is there?
Mike Goman, the guy who played... Oh, his name was Mike Goman, right?
I don't remember.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Who played who?
Dumbledore. After the
I don't remember that. I don't think that was his name, but I know who you're talking
second... Michael Gambon, my bad.
There we go. Yeah, that sounds right.
Anyway, apparently Michael Gambon and Alan Rickman would, like, get into way too many hijinks, I guess. I remember the one where, because I only kept seeing, like, bits and snippets of all this shit, where apparently he like, danced like he was, like, just jamming it up.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you...
I don't know if you've seen that clip
No.
or that GIF, but I finally know where it's from now, because I was wondering, where the fuck did Dumbledore just start breaking it down in the movies?
Did you ever see the one where during the scene in the third movie when Michael Gambon first took on the role, someone put like a remote control like fart machine in the back pocket of his robe, and during the scene when all the kids are like sleeping in the Great Hall because they're looking for Sirius Black, and he's giving that speech about dreams. I think it was Daniel Radcliffe kept pushing a button, so every time he would start talking, it would just make a fart noise.
Oh yeah, I know that. Then there was Rupert. His last name evades me.
Grint.
Rupert Grint.
He's actually in a new movie coming out soon.
I had no idea.
It's like, I think it's one of his like few movies he's done since Potter.
Oh wow. Well, apparently he drew a very unflattering picture of Alan Rickman.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. And Alan Rickman had him sign it, and he kept it.
Yeah, he made him sign it.
I thought I had a Kneasel in here. Where's my Kneasel?
What's a Kneasel?
It's a magical creature. And I can use Kneasel fur to get maximum level up. Here it is, to get max level upgrades on my gear.
It's a cat?
It is. It's a very large cat. Yeah, I need Kneasel fur to put level 3 traits on my equipment, and only legendary gear can hold a level 3 trait.
Still need to go to a thrift store and buy my costume.
I haven't even thought about going to get a costume. Like, I have, but like, not recently.
You're gonna have to like fill my brain with enough lore so I don't look like a dipshit dressed up.
I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
Makes you feel any better. Anyone there who's dressed up will look like a dipshit, regardless of knowledge.
Okay.
Just letting you know. That's the benefit of it. You get to be dipshits together.
I'm gonna try to get myself a fedora too.
Fedora?
Like a real fedora, not a trilby, but like a fedora to go with my wizard outfit.
Bro, you could get that Cornelius Fudge look from the books. You get like a lime green bowler hat. I'm so disappointed they took that out of the movies after the second. I think it was after the second movie they got rid of the lime green bowler hat look, even though that was his like iconic look from the books.
Yeah, I'm gonna look like Cornelius Fudge, I guess.
Don't. I was joking. You don't have to do that. It is his iconic look though. He wears like green robes with a lime green bowler hat, and the lime green bowler hat is like the key to his look, apparently.
Who was that, guy who wore robes very similar to Dumbledore that was a part of his Order of the Phoenix? He's bald.
Bald. You're not talking about Mundungus, are you?
Let me look up his name, Mundungus.
Mundungus Fletcher.
No.
Bald
Not this guy.
And in the Order of the Phoenix. Like in the Order of the Phoenix, in the Order of the Phoenix movie, or in the Order of the Phoenix organization?
Both.
Okay. Oh, are you talking about the black guy?
He's also yeah.
He's one of my favorite characters. What's his name?
Oh well.
Hold on, no, don't, hold on, I know it.
I just look up who's in the Order of the Phoenix.
He guarded the Muggle Prime Minister. He went with Harry during the trial of the Seven Potters. He is... Oh, come on. I'm drawing a blank. But I know his name.
Fenwick, maybe?
No.
Really? The Potters were a part of the Order of the Phoenix?
Yeah, the original Order of the Phoenix, yes. Kingsley Shacklebolts.
Ah. I wonder if they sell his wand at Universal.
Most likely.
Because you see, I'll have to tell you this one after the stream.
Why after the stream?
Because it's a funny joke.
Oh. Just funny, huh?
Yep.
Alright.
It's a very funny joke.
Yes, Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of my favorite characters.
I really like his drip, honestly.
He also has one of my favorite lines in the whole movie, and that was, say what you want, Minister, but you can't deny Dumbledore's got style.
I And he should know about style. Look at this man.
Improvements here.
Yeah, I know, right? He is one of the few wizards capable of perfectly dressing like a muggle.
Oh.
He's well versed in disguising himself as a muggle.
Is that what he does often?
Well, he was set during the Wizarding War. He was set to guard the Muggle Prime Minister.
Oh. During what war?
The war in the books against Voldemort. In like book 6 and 7, he was sent to guard the Muggle Prime Minister from Voldemort, in case Voldemort tried to kill the Muggle Prime Minister.
How? Okay, did the Muggle Prime Minister know about magic?
Yes, actually, that's a thing that's never talked about in the movies. So in the very first chapter of book 6 is literally about how it's from the perspective of the Muggle Minister of Magic, not the Muggle Prime Minister, not Minister of Magic. The Muggle Prime Minister. Every time a new Prime Minister is put into into office in the Harry Potter world, like every time a new Prime Minister is put in office over Britain, the Minister of Magic has to come introduce himself to the new Muggle Prime Minister and be like, hey, just so you know, like, we're obliged to tell you, and you have to kind of keep a secret, but our community of wizards exists. We need you to know this in case of times of emergency. If, for instance, if a dark wizard comes into power, so you know to be aware of this danger, but just know we will do our best to protect the Muggle community.
Oh, I see. Do they obliviate the Prime Minister once he leaves office?
No, I don't think so. So from what I understand, from the way it was put in the book, with the new Prime Minister, whenever he was like mentioning, like when he first was put in office and he had to meet with the Minister of Magic, he asked, why didn't the previous minister tell me about this when I was coming into office? And he said, why didn't he tell anyone about this? And Cornelius Fudge just looks at him and he goes, if you were to tell someone, would they believe you? And then he just leaves.
Right.
But yeah, the Muggle Prime Minister does know about the Ministry of Magic and that wizards exist, but other than like knowing they exist, has little to no interaction with them at all, other than having to meet the Minister of Magic when going into office.
It probably like fucking like slipped his mind after a while, and then all of a sudden, fucking Kingsley comes back.
Yeah, so they actually have like a
wizard problem.
yeah, so they actually have like a magic portrait in the Muggle Prime Minister's office, and that portrait also has another portrait of themselves in the Minister of Magic's office, and is used to arrange meetings between the two when necessary.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's something also not really shown in the movies. So, some paintings, if there are multiple paintings of the same person, that painting, if it's can move between other paintings of itself.
Other portraits?
Other portraits of themselves. They can move between them, and they can only be in one at a time, but they can move between them whenever they want. So, like, for example, one of the Hogwarts headmasters has their painting in the headmaster's office, as they would, but they also have a painting at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, and can flit between her portrait at the hospital and the portrait in the headmaster's office, and that fact is utilized by Dumbledore in the books.
Oh, I see.
Same thing with Phineas Nigellus Black, who's actually headmaster of Hogwarts during the time of this game. His portrait is used because he has a portrait hanging up in Grimmauld Place, which was the head of the Order of the Phoenix, like the Order of the Phoenix's base. And he also had a portrait in the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore would use that to relay messages to the Order of the Phoenix without having to leave his office.
Yo, Boris Johnson got to meet Dumbledore.
What?
Revelio.
Being stupid. I was saying he was the Prime Minister of, like, England for a while. The UK, I should say. My bad.
Well, I don't think he would have met Dumbledore. He would have met Cornelius Fudge.
Yeah, Dumbledore's dead.
It would have been whoever was Prime Minister in 1996, 7.
Oh, I was talking about modern day.
Oh, modern day?
He's not Prime Minister anymore. He recently stepped down.
I think if you're going by the the not so very canon cursed child, the current Minister of Magic is actually Hermione.
Oh. Okay. I'll accept it as canon, though. She deserves it. Not the book, but the fucking position.
Yeah. Arresto momentum. Repulsor. Confringo. Leviosa. Descendo.
Yeah, I think, like, in Cursed Child, Hermione is a Minister of Magic, and Harry works as in the Ministry as head of the Auror Office. Neville is the herbology teacher at Hogwarts. Ginny was a professional Quidditch player for a long time.
Oh, wow.
She played for the Holyhead Harpy, or the Holyhead Harpies, depending on how you want to read it.
Ron was an Auror for a while, but then left, right?
Yes.
J.K. Rowling said that she... J.K. Rowling regrets not having Hermione be with Harry at the end.
Yeah,
apparently.
she said that, but I'm cool with it. Yeah, so Luna Lovegood, she actually ends up marrying Newt Scamander's grandson, or great-grandson, one or the other. The dude from Fantastic Beasts, the main character from Fantastic Beasts, his grandson, or great-grandson, or whatever. And Luna Lovegood ends up going on to become a magizoologist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you go to like the Pottermore stuff, they tell like everything that happens to the characters after
What about
the end
Draco?
of the books. I don't remember what Draco ends up doing. I know he like ends up like marrying into like another pureblood family, as was expected of him by his family, and they have a son named Scorpio.
I see.
And I don't know if you ever realized this, all members of the Black family are named after constellations. And Draco is technically a member of the Black family because his mother, her maiden name is Black. She's actually Sirius's cousin.
Narcissa Black, yeah.
Yeah. And so Draco is named after a constellation. I think Narcissa itself is a constellation as well. Sirius, constellation. Regulus, constellation. Scorpio, Draco's son, constellation. It's like a family tradition in the Black family to name your children after constellations.
Well, there's only so many, you dipshits.
Well, I imagine some share names. Nothing like helping the centaurs.
Bellatrix a Black too?
Yes.
Was she Sirius's sister?
Also cousin. Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange are sisters.
I see.
And they actually have a third sister, and that was Tonks' mother, but she was disowned by the family for marrying a Muggle woman.
I see. Which was...
Ted Tonks. Do you remember who Tonks is? The one who could, like... Yes.
What's her deal? How'd she do that? It's different than
It's so she's what's called an Animorph Magus, and you have to be born that way. It's like random.
Oh.
I think there is some family trait to it, because I know that she and Lupin end up having a son before they both died in the war, and her son is also a Metamorph Magus.
Oh, okay.
Levioso! Descender!
And apparently, like, her hair changes too?
Yeah, she can change anything about her appearance at will. That's what it means to be Metamorph Magus.
Okay.
Like, she can make herself look like a crotchety old woman, she can make herself look, like, super young, she can change her hair color, skin tone, anything about her appearance, like, just by willing it. Like, she has to focus, but she can do it at will.
Okay.
That was one of my favorite spell combinations in this game. To use Levioso and then Descendo. So Descendo does more damage on a levitated opponent, so I levitate them and then, like, I lift them in the air and then slam them back into the ground. And then they bounce off the ground, and then they stay airborne for a second, and I can combo off on them while they're in the air, after bouncing off the ground.
Just like in the movie!
Yeah, right?
I remember when Snape was flying backwards in midair in place for 5 seconds. It was my favorite part of the movie.
I love drinking a potion and then doing nothing. Everything dies.
What?
You'll see. You'll see. I drank a potion, did nothing, and then everything died.
What the fuck is happening? Yeah, nothing like sipping some Dr. Thunder, and then he fucking comes down and smites my enemies.
Nothing like drinking some Thunder Brew. I've already been in this cave. I'm leaving. I didn't recognize it at first, but I recognized it as soon as I saw an already opened chest.
They could probably get around the whole, shittiness of it being on Switch if it's just download only.
Yeah.
Kingsley's wand actually looks like shit, so never mind.
I know if when we go to Universal, I'm gonna get an Elder Wand. It might be like a basic thing to get, but I really want one.
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
thank you for all that you've done for us.
I could use some gold. I remember you. You're gonna roughly help me afford this rather exotic snake contraption.
At least you're not getting Harry's wand.
Yeah, right. His literally just looks like a carved stick. Yeah, so this guy playing music, like conducting with his wand, if you put money in the cap like I just did, whenever I come back here, he'll have another instrument.
Oh.
And he just keeps adding instruments. I don't know what the cap on it is, but I know that if I donate to him, he keeps getting more instruments. I have a feeling I'm going to end up trying to platinum this game.
Draco's wand looks so fucking boring.
Isn't it just like a black Hawthorne wand? Like it's just straight black.
It's got like 2 little rings on it and that's it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Was Draco's wand as suited to Harry? Like, did it work for him as well as his original wand?
It worked as well. It did work as well after he won it from Draco, but Harry said it didn't feel the same, but it did work as well as if it was Harry's own wand.
Okay.
Can I pick that up, or am I gonna have to? Alright. You wanna fight? Fine.
Won't be stopped. This will not be another setback like Expelliarmus. Hold you up, lad. You won't be able to stop them.
I have become too powerful.
Yo, imagine owning a Elder Wand and not even knowing it. And for like the most mundane of reasons too, both ways, gaining it and losing it.
You know, I completed this battle arena and it said I got a new cloak, but it's not. It hasn't appeared in my thing. It was like a white cloak. I can't remember what it was called. It's called like the Thief's Cloak or something like that. But it's not here.
Have you seen Narcissa's wand? It looks pretty cool.
I have not.
You should
No,
look
I'm gonna do this battle arena again because it's fun. Time to slap some people up with my spells.
If the snake part of his wand isn't actually a part of the wand, then Lucius's wand is like the most fucking wand. And it's just a black stick.
Yeah, the snake part is just a handle that he puts on his wand.
Apparently he got a second wand, Lucius Malfoy, and it's even more boring. Have you seen it?
No.
God, it's fucking ugly. It's like a depressed version of Voldemort's first wand.
Shame you're so foul.
I got the most broken thing recently, so if I use a focus potion, my spells regenerate super fast, and I also got an upgrade for it, where as long as I keep using my spells, the potion lasts longer and longer.
Oh.
Like, using my spells extends the time the potion lasts.
Wait till Sebastian
So I can just spam my spells.
You've made a grave mistake.
It's you. Cost us.
But we forget about that goblin helm you nicked. You barely felt anything at all.
What's this? You got your guards fighting for you?
Look what you've done! In a duel, Expelliarmus. Oh dear!
The beast's around here.
Expelliarmus! I'm gonna eat your face. Somebody paid attention to defense against the Dark Arts Club. What are you for? Ringo, Bombarder, you don't want to try that. Accio. Bombarder. Venite. Bombarder. Accio. Defendo. Leviosa.
Now, this is becoming...
Bombarder.
Look what you've done! Expulso! Ah, stupendous!
Depulso. Descendo. Defendo. Don't think I won't kill you! I'll have you in your grave before you... Let's play Pray,
Expulso! Death from above!
that woman, isn't it? Expulso! Incendio! Trying. Confringo. Is it you that been casting expelling? Incendio! Incendio! Resto of them. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Leviosa. What are you for? Bombarder. Expelliarmus. Bombarder. Expelliarmus. Accio. Bombarder. Caporzo. Expelliarmus.
Now you've got two.
Confringo. Defendo. Bombarder. Accio. Expelliarmus.
No one to share in my victory.
Hello? Now I have it. I guess I had to do it again. Thief's coat. I actually like that. Looks nice. Doesn't have a hood. I'm sure I have a lot of hats now, though. What hats do I have? Hello? Can you hear me? I know you rejoined the party chat. Hello? I heard you making some kind of noise. Can you hear me?
Revelio.
Hello.
Hello?
So apparently, the controller that you gave me has a very shitty microphone port. I had to use my own
Does
one.
it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's no big deal. It's just...
I wouldn't have known, honestly. I don't think I've ever actually plugged a headphone into that, because I've had a wireless headset for like the past 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay. What was it? Oh yeah. So, something I would like you to at least try is, taking apple juice and putting a few drops of apple cider vinegar in it. Makes it taste pretty good. It gives the apple juice a bite. Like, don't put too much vinegar in it. Just a little
I was waiting
bit.
for you to come back to tell you that I'm about to save my game and go to bed. It's like 1 in the morning. I'm getting up in the morning to go to the gym again. And
oh, okay.
I don't know, what are you doing tomorrow?
Going to class. All day will be there all day. Yeah. Unfortunately.
I will also be going to class tomorrow, but not till like 6:30.
Okay.
But I'm getting really tired and I'm just collecting my stuff for a requirement that I'm gonna save a little bit. I thought I got something new. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I might put that right in the middle, honestly. That's nice. Can I make it bigger? I can. Oh, that's excellent. We're gonna slap that like right here. Oh, that's real nice. I like this. Oh, I wanted to toy around with this real quick. So, like... Okay, I can make like a cobblestone path. That's nice.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. I can make like a little road path here. Like that. Oh, cool. I got some new stuff I can add. Like trees. Well, that's nice. I was wondering when I'd hit foliage.
Are there is there ever an instance of a boggart in this game?
One is mentioned, but I haven't had to deal with one.
Okay.
Honestly, customizing the vivariums is one of the most entertaining and, like, relaxing things to do. Just look how nice it all is. I got this new tower structure here in the middle. Looks so nice.
I might try to platinum this game too.
I think I'm gonna get rid of that tent and replace it with a cottage.
I wanted to platinum Blaze Blue.
Yeah. How did that go?
Got halfway through, I think.
Where's the cottage? I know I have a cottage I can make. Where's the cottage at? What? Yeah, it should be under conjuration. It's not gonna be under this. It would be under here. There's more foliage, some fences, statues, trees. Oh, there it is. Never mind. The only thing that kills me about this cottage is it's massive. Like, look how big that door is compared to, like, a human. The rest of it looks like it might be normal size, just the door is massive.
Hagrid sized.
Yeah. Thoughts on the new drip, by the way? I don't know about the hat. But, like, the...
Face the... Oh, I mean, I guess maybe you are, but... At some point, face the camera. Have the sun shining on your face. Alright, let's see, let's check this out. Okay. I think it contrasts very nicely. I like it. It's pretty good. I love those boots. It drapes around you. I've never been a fan of the mask, but I know that's a you thing.
Yeah, I can take the mask off. I just like the mask. It's more like I just don't like look. It's more like I just don't like looking at my character's face, and I can't change it now.
Oh, okay. That's right. It looks like you. Never mind. You look ugly as fuck.
Yeah,
not you.
I tried to make it look like me, and it just didn't work.
You look like the angry video game nerd. Let me send you a picture of a Discord series.
yeah. Now I'm swagging. Hold up, I forgot I had these.
Alright, that doesn't look too bad, even with your derp ass face. Oh yeah, alright, let's go. Let me show you a picture of the angry video game nerd. Just so you know what the fuck I'm talking about whenever I say he looks like him.
I know who he is, but I don't remember what he looks like.
Improvements here. Dick thinks you should be proud of.
Alright, I'm gonna save and put the stream.
Yeah, I sent you pictures of him.
Alright, I'm up to 41 hours. Plus an extra 11 for my other character. So 52 hours total gameplay time.
Perfect.